Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi. Happy Tuesday, December 9th to you all. I hope your week has had a nice start to it. Hi. Hello, Ethereal. Hi, Ayurisu. How are you guys doing today? How you doing? I'm excited to get to more bunny time. Oh, man, this sleepiness is still hitting though. How do I kick this sleepiness? What the heck? I got energy drinks. It's fine. Maybe I was gonna say maybe I just need to like sleep a bunch, but I slept for like 10 hours last night. What is up with that? What is up with it? Recovering from sick? Where? I'm also EP. Let's have a comfy EP Pokemon day. How about we do that? Does that sound good to you guys? We'll cozy up. You know, let me put on my my Yippee sweater because it's so cozy. Actually, no. Let me put on my Pokemon. My Sleepy. There you go. Let me change real quick. Pikachu's Day. It's true. I got my Piplup fit on. This is my jammies. This is my pajamas. Oh, I still have my glasses on from last stream. I think they must have been on default. Pikachu's Day. Oh, hi, Ja. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's lovely to have you all here. I don't know. Usually I would talk about what's going on, but I don't think there's anything really going on other than being sleepy. A sleepy cheapy. Tomo's down there enjoying his foraging tray. I put a little millet in there, so he's happy about that. We're playing Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Hands, why you do that? Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Hello, these are my hands. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver. What do you call it? Dark Cave, Ice Path, Seafoam Islands music. It's good. This is like my favorite Pokemon music, I think. Boom, 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 boom. It's always made an impression on me somehow. I like it. But I would say, let's just go ahead and get into it. Yeah, my hands just doing whatever. Dropping the most delightful cheesy lyric. Thank you, Jack! Dropping the most delightful cheesy jams, I guess. Me jamming to Ice Path noise. Okay, our bunnies await us. Let us hop back into it. Boing. So we might end up doing so the next thing ahead of us. Whoops, wrong button. Next thing ahead of us on the walkthrough is Mistralton Cave. And after that is Cobalion and Virizion. They're level 42. Do you guys think we can do that with our party? Let's look at our bunnies. Our bunny buns. How do I do this? There we go. You know, maybe we're alright. Maybe we're alright. Hi, Tofu! Hi, Tofu! They're all about level 40 anyway. We're not gonna be catching them. You know, they're not bunnies. Why do we need them? I tended to ignore them until after the league. That's fair, that's fair. But it's here on the walkthrough. Nonetheless, we have Miss Charlton Cave to do first. Situated across the river on Route 6. Route 6? Route 6? The Booty Royale is starting. Incredible. I've also felt really, like, underhydrated lately. I don't know. I've been drinking water. Maybe I need electrolytes or something like that. The right kind of nutrition. Okay, how do we get to, let's see, P2 Laboratory. Here's Route 6. Western Unova connecting Driftvale City to Chargestone Cave. Oh. Okay, so we could just ignore this. We really could just ignore all this. Oh, 7 streams, Drake, thank you for hanging out so much, Tofu. I don't know, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let's run a poll. New poll. What do? Excuse me. Ooh, wait, I want to see what items are here. TM60 Rock Slide. Or TM80. Who gets to learn it? Do any of my bunnies get to learn Rock Slide? No bunnies, no bunnies. Nido Queen and Nido King. Let's see. No, no. 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 I'm not seeing any bunnies. At least not yet. Louder than X-Plaid, not Wismer. Bunnies are too cute and soft to do rock slides. Spinda? Wait a second, Spinda's totally a bunny! We could have had a Spinda this whole time! What doing? Like an Indian ringneck parrot? What doing? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Spinda's totally a bunny. Really cute little guy. I don't know how we didn't pick that up by now. We might as well throw it into the, like, pack one in at some point and throw it into the pool. Do I see Lot Bunny? No, I don't see Venereal Lot Bunny. No. There's gonna be no bunnies, I don't think. Unless we count Reuniclus. Yeah. No rock slide. Do I really want to go to Miss Charlton Cave then if there's no... if the items there don't do anything for me? Solar Beam? I don't think any of the... Whoa. Why is it different? It was different for a second. You guys saw that too, right? Anyway. Bunnies, Wigglytuff gets Solar Beam. I think that's rad. Is Swallow a bunny? I don't think so. Oh, you never wins the battle royales? Well, you did it this time. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Hiya! Hiya! Hi, Prisma. Welcome in. Let's see. Oh, I love Breloom. I love Breloom. I love Breloom. That's not who we're here for, though. We're looking for bunnies. Wismer gets Solar Beam. Interesting. That is really interesting, actually. Solar Beam for Wismer. Let's see. Bunny and Lapani get Solar Beam. So we could theoretically teach Pepper Solar Beam if we go approach Pinwheel Forest. So I would have to go through Miss Charlton Cave and go through all this if I wanted to get Solar Beam. But like, is it gonna really help me that much? Victini gets it. Ooh, Victini gets it? That'd be interesting. A bunny. Just a little bunny. Good afternoon, Velrith. Welcome in. Yeah, how's everybody doing? We had a good start to the week. It shows up good! Okay, sweet. I was worried that with the special characters it might not be compatible with the font. Victini, Audino learns it too. Do we do it for Solar Beam and for the experience of fighting Virizion? And for, I don't know, Hardstone, Carbos. What do? Oh, you need to make something in Blender? Ooh! What you making? I wanted to make a joke about you making a smoothie in a blender, but Miss Charlton Cave side quest. Or it's on to Twist Mountain / Osiris. Okay, 5 minutes on the clock. Tell me your opinions. What are we doing? What are we doing? Answer the poll. Make your opinion known. I mean, my going live notification was actually Twist Mountain's not ready for us. Completely ignoring all the Miss Charlton stuff. I could really go either way. It's up to what you guys want to see. I should have made an I don't care option. Twist Mountain? Do you have a bunny Pokemon list? Yeah, actually. And we have to add Spinda. We have to add Spinda to it. Ooh, Crunchy. We haven't had a Crunchy game in a little bit. I guess that's what happens when you try to load my Notion. Bunny Pokemon. Where are you? There we go. We have to add Spinda. Nidoran. Male and female. Wigglytuff. Azumarill, Plusle, Whismur, Spinda, Venereal and Lopunny, Victini and Audino, Bunnelby, Diggersby and Sylveon, Magearna, Scorbunny, Raboot and Cinderace, and there are none in Gen 9. That's my list of bunny Pokemon. We've just discovered Spinda. Like, cause it's from its name it sounds like panda. But look at those ears. Look at that round little tail. That's a bunny. Based on a chinling panda with traits of rabbits. It has traits of rabbits. I don't know what to tell you. I always thought Nidoran was more of a mouse than a bunny, but it doesn't have like a long mouse tail. We're tied! Our poll is tied! Somebody break the tie! I'm searching Japanese websites for Usagi Pokemon and they agree. About Spinda? This cute little guy. Like, it is kind of a bear. A little bit. Little teddy bear friend. But look at those ears, look at the tail. I don't know how we didn't see this until now. perfectly perfectly balanced as all things should be. No, Spinda is perfect unbalanced. Spinda is perfectly unbalanced. Bun Bear. Yeah, I don't know how we didn't even think of this before now. Well, it looks like we've got one more in favor of the Mr. Alton Cave side quest. Ooh. That would be Mr. Alton Cave and Pinwheel Forest. We're looking to fight Cobalion and Bruision, and we're looking to it really shouldn't be too much of a problem with Cider, our big teeny. And we're looking to get Solar Beam. However much that'll actually help us. We have to have a strong grass move, I guess. Bun Bear. Bun Bear. We could put that on Victini or theoretically Pepper? I don't know. Maybe Audino would be better if it had Solar Beam? I don't know. The poll is approaching its end. Last call. Last call. I have like a sore on the side of my tongue. It kind of sucks a little bit to talk. What a misfortune for a streamer, right? Aw, it looks like a heart. Okay, here's a question. I love questions. Is Centred a bunny? Nope, that's a little raccoon. Small mammalian Pokemon covered in fur. Long dark brown ears. Like, I can see the ears. Balance out the pole for the meme? No! It's like a ferret. It's like a little raccoon ferret thing. Oh, it also shares traits with rabbits. No, it's definitely more of like a raccoon ferret thing. The results are in. We're doing the Mr. Alton Cave side quest, though it was nearly 50-50. It was 60-40 out of 5 people. It's stretching the definition for sure. But I feel like... No, I feel like the ones that I picked are, to me, undeniably rabbits. You know? I feel like this list is undeniably rabbits. Like, Nidoran, it's not a mouse. It doesn't have the long tail. If it was a mouse, it'd have the long tail. It's round. It's got the teeth. It's got up ears. It's a bunny to me. Wigglytuff, that's a bunny. Azumarill, that's a bunny. Bustle and Minun, those are bunnies. Yeah, rabbit ears doesn't a rabbit make. Not necessarily. We joke about Trubbish being a bunny. And Trubbish can be a bunny in our hearts. I know it's got the ears. But in my mind, that's not a bunny. That's a little garbage baby. That's a little trash baby. Trubbish is based on a trash bag. Simple as... Whoops. Recent changes. List of shiny Pokemon in Pokemon Go. That was a complete accident. Yeah, Trubbish is cute for what it is. And being a bunny doesn't make a Pokemon cute? That's not true. That's not true. Being a bunny makes any Pokemon cute. Like, even Bunnelby and Diggersby. Even Diggersby is cute. Diggersby's still cute. Nidoran literally has the mouse teeth. Bunnies have buck teeth too. Round bunny ears. I guess I can see mouse, but I see bunny more. Round bunny ears. Buck tooth. Are there even more than 3 bunny Pokemon? Hi, welcome in, Ratnap. Yeah, here's my list. We decided to spend it today because we just realized, but the rest of these are from like a while ago. There's none in Gen 9, unfortunately. Nidoran, Wigglytuff, Azumarill, Plusle, and Whisper, Spinda, Bunnery, Lock Bunny, Victini, Audino, Bumblebee, Diggersby, Sylveon, Magearna, Score Bunny, Raboot, Cinderace. That's my definitive list. But yeah. Right now we have on our team Spiky Bunny Lizards. Yeah, that list is very generous. I wouldn't say so. Like, I think the only ones that might be stretching it a little bit maybe are Whismur, Sylveon. If you like rabbits so much, why do you have a penguin sweater? Because I don't have a rabbit sweater. Piplup is my favorite starter. I'm just reusing an outfit from an earlier stream. I can like both. Yeah, I think if anything's pushing it, it's Whismur, and maybe Sylveon. The rest of them are totally bunnies. It'd be kind of weird. Why do you say that? I'm fish, but I don't have a fish sweater. You should. It'd be cute. Okay, I just imagined like. Hold on. We're pulling out the Microsoft Paint. It would be cute, it would. Ocean sweater. Ayuyu, draw a little Ayuyu. Pardon me if I forget what your hair looks like. Just get the bows with the icons. I'm supposed to be illustrating the sweater here. There we go. I'm not gonna complain about a free doodle. Like the sleeves are fins. You see the vision? Yeah! You can have fins ruffles off the end. Yeah, I think this'll do. Rate my fish sweater, guys. 1 out of 10. Hey, why is the ad manager busted? What the heck? It's not working. That's fine. But I'll screenshot this because it's a cute idea. I'll put it in general chat. No context, that's fine. We don't need context. We don't need context where we're going. Which is apparently, Mr. Alton Cave! Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with unmanaged ads. Oh no! See, we have ads in 35 minutes. Mr. Mountain Cave it is. We're going back to Route 6. Going back to Route 6. Grab Poison Jab. Wait, did we grab Poison Jab already? We need that for Princess. Our Princess. We get it already? No. But yeah, we need cute fish sweater actually for Ayurisu. Where the heck is Route 6? This is Driftville, right? New Driftville? There it is. So let's fly to Driftville. We did hack fly onto Cider because they've got wings on their butt. And off we go! Oh, it's snowing. Oh yeah, I forgot. It's Driftville City. Yeah, thank you, Ethereal. It's perfect. It's perfect. Is there anything we can pick up on the market over here? Boop, boop, boop. Hello, what do you sell? You want something good? Oh, strong. Expert belt. What does this do? Wrong button. I think I know what expert belt does in the TCG. Not even to be held by a Pokemon. It's a well-worn belt that slightly boosts the power of super effective moves. Medicinal herbs. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Let me have them. We still need a few of these. Let's get one. Energy root. We've got a bunch. Energy powder, we can use some. We have a bunch of money. We don't have to buy Pokeballs. We don't have to buy Pokeballs, so we get to save a lot of money. Heal powder. It's just so good. Simply so jammin'. Hello, what do you sell? I'm all sold out. Okay. Straight from farm. Moo milk! Let's get a dozen. Yeah! More! I want more! No. That's my pet peeve about this game. Is that you'll spam the button to make the... One doesn't. There we go. There we go. You'll spam the button to make it, the dialogue go faster. I'm gonna get over there. And then end up accidentally doing there we go. Accidentally answering a prompt. Big Pearl. Hello. I'm a heartbreaker. My name? Charles. I wanted to get the attention of a girl I like, so I learned a new style of Pokemon battling. Its name? Triple Battle. Wanna learn about it? I know about it. Oh man, getting someone's attention is really hard. Okay. I believe this is our way to the cave. Mr. Alton Cave. Camera blast. What a cute guy. By the way, is the audio balance alright? Is the game a little too loud or nah? What? So many wild encounters. It's so dry lately. So dry. In real life, it's getting wintry and cold and dry. There's snow all along the ground. Hello, scientist man. When the wind blows, seeds fly. When seeds fly, flowers bloom. When the flowers bloom, we'll get seeds. Everything's connected. Hi, Cygnus. Thank you. This is an item that I got. This hoodie is an item that I got, or the texture of the hoodie I got from Booth. It's a website for VTuber items and other stuff. Hydrate, stretch, and fairy lights. Thank you, Cygnus. Nice and cozy in here. Pretty lights, pretty lights. Hello. Pokemon with dry skin love water type moves in rainy weather. Hello, what's this? The Season Research Lab? Where's Mr. Alton Cave? Parasocial relationships? I see my favorite streamer as a Nintendo. Wow! And stretch and hydrate them regularly, you know? We appreciate it. We research changes in nature that occur due to the seasons. Consider the Pokemon called Deerling. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh, so much. Please get us Deerlings. I don't have one. Bunnies Only. I guess I should leave the— No! Stay, damsel, stay. Ooh, you get a seed streak for Tomo. Thank you for the 7-stream streak. It's lovely to see you. Tomo's like, oh, what's the occasion? Come in. Not too much. There we go. Time for Happy Bird. Hello, wife. For me? Yeah, have some bunny ears to wear. Wear some bunny ears. I have one clip where my friend and I were playing Pokemon Sword. Ended up moisturizing a Krogunk like 3 times before realizing it didn't work. Yeah, Cygnus said, Pokemon with dry skin love lotion and moisturizer. What do you mean it wasn't working? Moisturizing a Krogunk? Yeah, I don't care about Deerling. I'm here for bunnies. Wait, this is the Season Research Lab. Twist Mountain has snow. The temperature and humidity inside the case next to me are controlled by a machine. Good. Oh, it wasn't doing damage? Oh, interesting. Little baby needs snack. He gets a little treat. Okay, Miss Alton Cave, where are you? Oh, battle. Bunny. Oh, how scary. I will unlock the mechanism and find the secret of your power. Maria. Very standard name. Standard good name. Menacing bun emote. Is that Bunny? It's cute. God, excuse me. Is Calyrex a bunny? Oh, you're right. Calyrex is a bunny. Calyrex is totally a bunny. I don't know how I didn't think of it. A threatening bunny? %. It's definitely more on the hair side of the spectrum. But yeah. Leavanny? No, Leavanny's not a bunny. Emote idea? What is it? Aww. It is a cutie pie though. It is a cutie pie. Bun with knife? Clover with a knife? Wow, that'd be really cute. Antenna don't really count as ears. Is mayonnaise an instrument? I bet you some people have made it work. Let me out of here. Wait, it's a trainer battle. What is that, Ethereal? Like squinting? Is that squinting? Clover now with a knife? Let me go into the audio settings. Turn the audio down a little bit. It's blowing my ears out. We have Thunderbolt now. Let's use Volt Switch! Not sure why I randomly thought of Calyrex. I mean, hey, you're totally right. Oh, it's it's the JoJo menacing onomatopoeia. It is! Go, 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 go. Like a menacing rumble. But like, that's a funny face. Cause you're gay? Whoa! That's crazy. Oh, that's a menacing bunny. Oh, I see it, I see it. I hope you're ready for a yawning stream. Oh yeah, and when Cider gets to level 50, we get to reteach it the moves that it came with for the event. That's what we had agreed on before. I removed the super powerful moves, the crazy powerful moves from Cider to make it a little more balanced. But we agreed that we can add them back in. We agree that we can add them back in when Cider reaches level 50, right? Why did I yawn just before you? Like, I know yawns are contagious. I think it's because it's just like, this is a Tuesday with Monday vibes, you know what I mean? It's a Tuesday with Monday vibes. Like, is anybody else feeling that? I literally slept 10 hours and I'm still tired. Why? Booty is not right, Booty is left. Yeah, it's a Monday vibes Tuesday. Like, I had my alarm that I set for 10 a.m. And I woke up at 10 a.m. and I was like, no, I'm so cozy. I'm gonna go back to sleep. I'm gonna gonna set a timer for like 20-30 minutes from now. And then I kept doing that. I kept getting up and then setting another timer for 20-30 minutes from now. And then it's like 11:45 is just about as late as I want to go. And I was feeling nice. Nice enough, awake enough. Yes, I know that. Hello, sir, what's here? Here on Route 6, there's a place called Mistralton Cave. I'm looking for it. Supposedly, deep in that cave, you can find an amazing Pokemon called Cobalion, who is said to have protected Pokemon from a sea of fire in ancient Unova. If you can use a move called Surf that lets you move over the water's surface, maybe you can see Cobalion. Cobalion. You know what? When I gave my Minchino a shiny stone, it evolved and became a different Pokemon! That's incredible! Yes, heal my babies. Heal my babies. I played Kingdom Death Monster with a friend last night, so today feels like another Monday. Ooh, did you have fun, Ethereal? Sounds like a good time. I stayed up late watching streamers and playing Snail Simulator. So I don't think I was doing anything, like, particularly strenuous. What? Are we crossing that way? Ah. There's a snail simulator? Yeah! It's a very slow-going game. So it's not like it's, you know... It's not like it's anything strenuous, super socially active or anything like that. It is multiplayer though, but you can only say hello and goodbye. I stayed up late finishing my bed laundry. Oh, good job, damsel. Good job. Yay, we found it. Ooh, is there a goodie there? Either it's a Pokemon or a goodie. We got a new 4th player, so I didn't have to run 2 characters anymore. That's rad. Oh, come on! Stop us one space before. I'm done with school this semester, so I stayed up late playing video games, and I'm still in bed right now, an hour and a half after waking up. Sweet! Yeah, take it easy, Cygnus, you earned it. Oh, it's gone. Okay. How do I get that? Give me that thing. That item. Into Mistralton Cave we go. Okay. I didn't realize it would be a dark cave. Thankfully, we have the layout. We have the layout. Let's see. There's trainers. There's no bunnies. There's no bunnies, we're not worried about it. Okay, we're not worried about any of the items on the first floor. So we shall just navigate. Oh yeah, we're comfy cozy maxing today. We're big chillin'. Whoa. Hey, what? That's not the layout I was expecting. I don't think. Wait a second. Oh no, we're good, we're good. I just went one step further than I expected. It's a big boulder, but a Pokemon may be able to push it aside. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Where you at?
Where you at?
Thank you, damsel. Strong bunny. Do the strong bunny thing. Yay! I mean, I guess there's Hyper potions on a small rock north of Hiker Clark. Or northeast of the entrance. Oh, maybe up here. We'll have to check it out. Like, hyper potions would be nice to have. Granted, we got money. Hello, Strunny. My favorite things are mountains, meals, Pokemon, and fun battles. He knows what he wants. Can respect it. Hiker. I've never met anybody in real life named Hugh. Maybe you guys have. That's not a good matchup. Maybe we're under-equipped for a bunch of ground types. Here, let's bring out Pepper. My favorite things are mountains, meals, men, no battles. Why's my ad manager not working? I need to use this. Yesterday, it was the chat box straight up wasn't working. And now this time it's the ad manager. It's just doing nothing. Oh, now it's good. Now it's good. I haven't met a Hugh, but I've met like 2 Bobs. Yeah, Bob, like Robert is not an uncommon name. IMO. Dunk. Girder. Straight up downtown. Do you really want to go? Huh? Straight up downtown? Hi, Saito, welcome in! You know how the bunny run is going. Good question mark. It's going fun enough. Let's go ahead and switch in our cool psychic type. Hi, Neptune! For those who are coming in, all of the above for me, please. For those who are coming in, we decided that, we changed our list a little bit. We decided that, Spinda is a bunny, and we decided that Calyrex is a bunny. We added those 2. Very important, very important. Ooh, confusion. You said straight up, and it makes me think of those lyrics. Those are lyrics from what song? Straight up, downtown, you really want to go. What? It doesn't have sturdy or something, does it? Yeah, Spinda's absolutely a bunny. Like, it's maybe like a little bit bear. And, like, the name obviously comes from Panda. But come on, look at that thing. Gen 1 Bunnies Only run. That's going to be Nidoran male, Nidoran female, and Wigglytuff. Oh, Paula Abdul. Okay, okay. Okay, back to my... There we go. How do I do that? Strength. Oh, I see. Like this. Just like this. Oh, I'm glad that we don't have to redo the strength animation. Every single time. Whoa. 5 Nidoran and a Wigglytuff is a treat. A wild Boldor appeared. Old or what? Maybe we switch Sir Kit out of the front. Cider in front, maybe? Yeah, I feel like Cider's pretty equipped to deal with all the enemies that we'd be running into. Oh! Boldor, or as some prefer, Confidentor. I'm chasing my dream and I'm fighting for a victory. Go, guy, go. The orb is old. Ponder, it could help. Meanie, meanie, meanie. Yeah, confusion. Psychic type attacks, baby! Oh, what do you mean super effective? Power Gem, that's just a rock type move, right? Hold on, I gotta pull up a type chart again. It's not fire type, right? That little link. Wait, this is on Wikimedia Commons? Where is this used? Huh. Wow. They straight up have a type chart. Just on the Pokemon Wikipedia page. That's crazy. Anyway, rock type attacker. It's time to against fire. Dang. Yeah, I knew Victini's psychic fire, but I didn't know that fire was weak against rock. That's crazy. Dang. I know of a nice booty. What are you guys talking about? Shior. What? Level 40. Okay, so maybe having Cider at the front isn't the best idea. I didn't know fire was weak to rock. That's so stupid ridiculous. That's stinky. Let's heal them up. Yeah. Getting 2 of these. Being ridiculous. I don't know. I just think it's dumb. Because it inconvenienced me. Have you ever tried to burn a rock? I mean, yeah, you can like char it, right? But like, for fire type as the defender, have you ever tried to put out a fire by throwing a rock at it? I can see like putting soil on it, but that would be ground type. And fire is indeed weak to ground type. But why rock type? Yeah, drop a rock in your campfire. What's that gonna do? It's gonna give you a warm rock. Okay, we'll move Cider then. Pepper will be in front. Maybe Knuddle off. Wrong button. Little Tomo bird. Yeah, Grass Knot. Grass Knot. Let's put Knuddle up in front. Grass Knot shall serve us. Yeah, hyper potion. Oh, window management. There we go. Whoa. A baby! Look at that baby! Look at you! On the topic of the type chart, yeah, what's up? Why is steel weak against fighting? I'm imagining like epic, like karate guy. Epic karate guy bust like a steel beam up. Hyper potion? I barely know her potion. Womp womp womp. Wait. Where's the exit? Oh, it's to the left. Whoa. Dusty. If we run into a shiny Pokemon, we get to catch it, but we don't get to use it. I don't know, unless we do get to use it. I don't know, I'd have to run a poll when we do. It almost certainly wouldn't be a bunny. You can't bend steel by punching it? Yeah, come on. I still get confused that ice is ineffective on water? Really? Oh yeah, it's half effectiveness. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like some things, they just don't make as much sense. But it's probably all for, like, balance reasons. I wonder what Chi-Chi's doing. Wah! She's drawing a funny guy. Ceosaur I have tabbed open too. Good stuff, good stuff. Anyway. Second floor. Okay. What items are we looking for on here? Ultra Ball, Hyper Potion, Hardstone, Rock Slide. None of our bunnies can learn Rock Slide is the issue. I miss Chi-Chi, you don't have to, she's right here. She's right there. I mean, having like the iron and the PP up would be nice. Yeah, afraid of the dark? Punch it. And I feel like it makes a little more sense with fighting in dark type Pokemon if a fighting type Pokemon is supposed to be like a hero and a dark type Pokemon is supposed to be like a villain or a criminal or a miscreant. Then I think it makes sense. Yes, damsel, the PP up. Oh no, a PG-13 stream. Oh yeah, dark type in Japanese is kind of the evil type. Yeah. Oh, you got like less than 5 hours of sleep last night. Hi, Prithvi. Welcome in. I'm also very sleepy. We're having a cozy... We're having a cozy, sleepy, Monday-themed Tuesday today. Give me a break, damsel. Fighting is considered a hero type, though? Like, they should just make a hero type? I feel like it makes sense. I feel like I can accept it, personally. It's just a lemonade? Okay. A small rock east of the first boulder. So probably this one? Rock slide is in the northwest corner. Probably up here. It could be dragon too, perchance. Oh, I mean, fairy type. Honestly, fairy type kinda fits a little bit of that. You know, it's strong against dragon types. Is a fairy tale hero. That beats away dragons. And resists the evil darkness. Like, thinking about fairy type is pretty much like the cute Pokemon type, but it's also like fairy tale creatures. You know? Mythological and fantastical little critters. That's why I think it makes total sense that Klefki is a fairy type Pokemon, because that's totally a little storybook critter. You know what I mean? Shadow Pokemon from Coliseum and XD are called Dark Pokemon in Japanese. Interesting. Beanie! Beanie, beanie, bean! How you doing? I wouldn't say fairy's my favorite type, but most of the time I end up with at least one fairy type Pokemon on my team. They're strong. They're pretty good. It's also a bunch of fairies. Cute Pokemon, fairy tale creatures, and Pokemon that are sweets. That's the other one. That's the other one. Okay, we're going through the items. We're gonna get Hyper Potion here. We want to get Rock Slide here. Where is Hearthstone? Near the southern wall? Okay. Probably down here, if I had to guess. Floette. I took a Floette to the end game of Legends, yay! So you didn't evolve it? You got an ugly sweater on Twitch. Just got home from the library eating lunch. Ooh, that sounds lovely. What are you having, Beanie? Did you have a nice time at the library? Oh, an ugly sweater, presumably from my foreshortening clip. Yeah, this is silly, huh? Just a normal orange flower Floette. That's so sweet. That's just like, AZ, huh? He and his little friend. My sister's birthday was yesterday. I ended up eating a lot of cake and out came the sugar rush, and I had to wake up at 6:30 a.m. I slept at 1:40 a.m. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. Make sure. Wait. You should go to sleep, Prithby. It's gotta be like past 2 a.m. for you, right? Shiny white flower Flabébé, which I'm thinking about evolving into Florges. Ooh. Yeah, do it, do it. What's up, Tomo? What are you doing, little bird? Come here. Come here, Tomo. Step up. Hi, sweetie bird. Hi, sweetie. He's just a little guy. Hello, little guy. Oh, the cute ugly sweater badge. You know, that's fantastic. I like it. I still really like my, my Share the Love badge. I think a little heart's very cute. 2:18 a.m., but since I don't have to worry about waking up early tomorrow, I can hang out for a bit. But you're so sleepy, Prithvi. It's nighttime. You should sleep at night. I had some leftover curry sauce in the fridge, so I browned up some pork and mixed it together with some noodles. Ooh, that sounds tasty. That sounds tasty. Yeah, shorten your fours regularly. Do your foreshortening reps. Okay, what else do we got? Hardstone near the southern wall. Iron in an alcove in the center of the floor. Alcove? Alcove? We'll see if I run into it. An alcove west of the iron. Hidden. Alcove? What do you mean alcove? Web. Alcove. A small recessed section of a room, a nook. Is it here? Yeah, please sleep. My face hurts. I dropped my phone on my face. Yeah. Good night, Prithvi. Yes, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. My nose is itchy. I got that bird dust flying around. Well, we have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. Thank you. I bred a shiny white flower Flabébé almost 9 years ago. I'm probably gonna keep that one as a Floette. That's valid. That's valid. I wanna look at shiny Flabébé. Oh, right. It's a subtle difference, but it's nice. Yeah, the purple is the shiny. Wait! This one's non-binary. I see purple and yellow and white. It's just missing black, but this one's non-binary. I hope your face feels better, Prithvi. I didn't notice when it hatched and only discovered it after I'd already put her in boxes. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's move along through here. An Ultra Ball? I don't really need that, but that's okay. Just in case we run into a shiny, I guess. Big boulder. I didn't notice. Oh, yeah. I read that one. Is there any items on these rocks? Whoa. Hyper Potion. There it is. Whoa. To the southern wall for what? Heartstone? Little bat. Oh, enjoy your nap, damsel. Night-night! Night-night, wife! Night-night, wifey. I miss Cheesecake. I miss my wife. Woobat! Yes, it's Woobat. Yeah, this way. Oh, hi, Moochie! Hi, Moochie! Woobat is not Bunny. Unfortunately, we can't use Woobat. Cannot use Woobat. Yeah, it is a very not Zubat. But I think it's cuter than Zubat. It's cuter than Zubat, but Swoobat is less useful than Crobat, so... Saito, me and Damsel, Damsel's my, platonic internet wife. Along the southern wall. Is it hidden? Oh. Wow! Oh, that's Woobat's face, you're right. It's got the silly little W eyes. There it is. Zubat does have big ears. Kinda like Bonnie. A little bit. Woobat's kinda fluffy. Kinda like Bunny. Okay, we have to go to that recessed alcove, I guess. Don't underestimate the power of fanfiction writers. Oh yeah, that's true, that's true. The Zubat Bunny, do it! Golbat Bunny. Wrong text box? That's okay. Whoa. Ah, Axew is so cute. If we were doing a normal run, I would totally catch an Axew. Wait, but don't we just get a shiny Haxorus for free? That's kind of the bird in the hand though, isn't it? No, that's the wrong expression. I don't know the expression for it, but if we get gifted a shiny Haxorus, it's nice, it's fancy, but we didn't raise it with our own hand. By our own hand. Is this not the recessed alcove? I think I don't like the way Pokemon use the word alcove. I'm surprised people don't draw Zubat with weird, freaky human fingers, considering Thicknomite exists. Hello? Is there items up here? Cute Woobat. I like that Woobat has like a funny tooth. Doesn't make it a bunny, but it's kind of got a bunny buck teeth. Wait, buck teeth? Male rabbits are called bucks. Crobat definitely bunny. Is that where buck teeth came from? From rabbits? The word buck teeth? Phrase, I guess. Oh. Rock slide! Yay! Okay, the only other thing I really want is Heartstone. Did we not get it? I searched Thicknomite and found Thick Ethernet? Let me check to see if I got the Heartstone. I might have. Oh yeah, there it is. Alright, Rock Slide. Nobody can learn this, can they? None of the bunnies. Nobody can learn it. What if I started saying that? Instead of saying anybody, everybody, nobody, I say no bunny, every bunny. It's like saying every pony. Rock slide. Would that be cute? Yep, nobody gets it. No bunny gets it. Wondering if caked up Magnemite I saw years ago and I forgot that not everyone knows about. I wanted to mention the brony thing, but you were faster. Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't been saying every bunny since before I met you. You know? It's a great idea. It would be nice to get the iron and the PP up, but I don't know where the alcove is. In an alcove in the center of the floor, like, I don't know. Like, what are they talking about? It's not in this middle area. I looked in there. Oh well. I'm not pressed. It's not what I'm here for anyway. Couldn't get away. Oh, it's too scary. Where am I? Okay, there I am. I wish I could keep the cave music throughout the whole experience. Instead of the battle music coming up. I like the cave music. See? Let me just enjoy my cave music. just imagine the everybody is mean to me meme. Everyone is so mean to me. Except it's me and I'm saying every bunny is so mean to me. Or maybe it's Clover. Every bunny is so mean to me. Okay. The guidance chamber. Oh, we don't need to use the map for this one. What is this dog? Whose dog is this? Somebody leave their dog in this cave? Okay. In the guidance chamber, there's a revive, ultraviolet duskstone, rare candy, and Carbos. Carbos, I guess. Pokemon Bunnies and Wabbit. Hi, Archer. Hello. Every bunny is happy to see you. The revive over here. Oh. Bunny and Wabbit. We decided that Spinda is also a bunny and Calyrex is also a bunny. Would you consider Nidoran to be a rat? No, I consider it to be a bunny. Hello, sir. Oh, separately from the bunny thing? I wouldn't say so. It doesn't have the tail. It kind of needs to have a long tail for me to consider it a rat. A rat or mouse. I saw your skill. It's impressive for one so young. This is guidance guy. Maybe he needs to be calmer. Maybe you're the one. It may be possible. How about it? Will you listen to an old man's story? Sure. Sure. In the distant past, when Pokemon and people lived in different worlds, a war between people started an intense fire in a forest where many Pokemon lived. Eesh. The Pokemon were surrounded by smoke and flames. They were in big trouble. And then the legends Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion appeared. Terrakion used its amazing strength and big funny horns to destroy rocks blocking the escape route. Virizion used its quick movements to protect Pokemon from looming flames, and Cobalion led the frightened Pokemon out of the burning woods. The people who started the war were routed by the power of the legends. Because of Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion, the war ended. When people fight, there's no peace for Pokemon either. The three legends learned that the deeds of humans could lead to dire consequences for their world. I'll keep pacing around as I talk, too. They cut themselves off from people and disappeared. No one saw much of them after that, and the three faded into myth. I've been searching for them for decades, and I finally figured out that one of them was deep in this cave. Sorry, I haven't had my 3 p.m. nap yet. But the legendary three do not trust people. If people approach, they bare their fangs and attack. It can't be helped because they only know the old world. They still don't know the world has become a place where people and Pokemon try to understand and help each other. You seem like you might be able to show them that people and Pokemon can trust each other and live together. If they take another look at people, I think they will stop hiding from us. What a heartfelt old guy. What a what a heartfelt old guy. Okay. Let's see. There's follow the wall north to get a Duskstone. Show them they can trust people by fighting them, of course! Exactly. You didn't really need that Duskstone, but I'm glad you have it anyway. After all, there are no bunnies that evolve using a Duskstone. No, we're out of here. How should we approach Cobalion? He's fighting steel, right? Fighting gold. Like JoJo. I re-listened to that again recently. Man, I like part 5. I like JoJo part 5 a lot. Ooh. Fighting steel? I mean, I feel like Victini can just roll it. You found an uncommon sweet. An uncommon cheeky. I will feed it to my rabbit mod. No, nothing there. Okay. Who left their dog here? Should we check if it has a tag? I don't know, you think it's safe? You think it's gonna bite us? Let's first bring out Sir Kit. And Sir Kit can paralyze it, and then Cider can take care of it from there. Sound good? Sir Kit can paralyze it, Volt switch, and then Princess can poison it. Do we want to paralyze it or poison it? Princess has toxic. Just like Britney Spears. Nee, 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 nee. Okay. I want to save real quick. What if we shiny hunt it? Cobra! An unusual treat, truly. Whoa, so slashy. My DS screen, you just shattered it! Whoa, look at this cool guy! Cool guy! Cool Balion. Okay, little bunny. Little princess. Whoa. Time for toxic. Sacred sword. No, she's cooked. No, she's fine. Toxic. Seal type. Okay. That's fine. Let's give it a crunch for the road. Retaliate. An atypical confection. This music though. Helping hand. Yeah, that's not gonna do anything for you. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. A thunderbolt and a volt switch. Wow, I guess Cobalion's real failing is that it has moves that don't help it in this situation. An extraordinary dessert. It gets more eloquent with each one. Searing shot. Ew. Yeah, that was easy. I was expecting it to be a lot harder for some reason. Yay! We did it! Go us! Yeah, its one weakness is its lack of helpful abilities. Oh, we didn't defeat it. The Pokemon climbed up the rock wall and disappeared into the cave somewhere.
みんな、 見ていてくれ。
Yeah. Oh, it's Marth. The strength you exhibited communicating with your Pokemon also got through to Cobalion. If you and your Pokemon train together and get even stronger, it will probably return to this place. The fact that you battled Cobalion and you related to each other should be easily communicated to Terrakion and Virizion because of the close bond between the three. I'm sure they will also give you a chance to prove your worth. Thank you, sir. The obstacles that separated Terrakion and Virizion from people are probably gone now. Probably. Whether you want to search for those two is up to you, but they are definitely waiting for you. Cobalion's like, guys, there's this kid with a ponytail. There's this kid with a ponytail that beat me up. Keep an eye out. Well... Oh, Cobalion's ability justifies it. Gives it an attack boost whenever it's hit by a dark type attack. When this happens, the Sacred Sword attack becomes very powerful, so be careful. I mean, it's easy. It was a really easy fight. My team isn't even good, I don't think. The old man approaches you. Yeah. Terrakion's hidden deep in Victory Road. Virizion is waiting in Rumination Field on the eastern side of Pinwheel Forest. So we should go there. We should go there. An abnormal mint. Let's see, rare. A seldom bonbon. How's about that one? An exceptional bonbon. A cheeky one. We have dig. Wait, does Lopunny still have dig? Let's go! Anyway. How do I get that? How do I get that? Get over there. Let's try to get it. When you mean the water's a deep blue, it looks like green. Looks green, actually. Where are the common candies in Pokemon? Probably like convenience store. That was fun. Is the audio balance still fine for you guys? I'm worried that my music has been a little too loud lately. Ugh. Do I just surf over there? I don't even... Do I even need to? Mahogany Town sells rage candy bars. That's true, that's true. 2 of them. They're all the rage. Wow, wow. Aw, baby. I wonder what Swadloon looks like outside of its swaddle. Swadloon under the leaves. Nobody's drawn it. Guys, look, it's Swadloon. It's just orb. Have you ever seen Applin outside of its apple? Yeah, it's cute. Ah. Web. If you use the web search, you don't get the AI overview. It's a worm, yeah! A little worm with a Y. Swadloon has the cutest little stumpy arms under its leaves. Ah, hands. I believe you may be interested in Lotad. Like 5 Pokemon had teeny little hands. Serperior's little leaves on its back, yeah. Cresselia, yeah. Cresselia has, whoa. Blue Jays are about me. Yeah, I've always known that. Thank you, Ethereal. Cute birdies, cute birdie noise. The low optimization tool assisted demonstration. No, the Pokemon, Goober. Yeah, Cresselia. Yeah, look at those little hands. Okay. How about we take a quick break? What do you think? I think it's a nice time for a little break. Just a little break. Just a sweet 10 minutes. We'll leave the basketball running. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad while we're gone. We're gonna take it easy for a little bit. Lotad is like an unoptimized tool-assisted speed run to demonstrate something. Oh, interesting. Rad. I thought, yeah, I don't know what I thought you meant. But I'll be right back. We'll have our 10-minute timer going. I'll see you guys shortly. Swoop. Hello! Hi! Welcome back, everybody! Did you enjoy your basketball time? I mean, it's still going. It's still going. Who's gonna get that last hoop? Ethereal with the trick shots, of course. Ooh. Wow. Let's go, Ethereal! That's me clapping my hands. It didn't work very well. Ooh, but Presmop won the first one. That's pretty rad. That's pretty rad. Let's get back into it. I had a nice break. I had Pop-Tart. I took it easy for a little bit. I checked my messages. Told my family, hello, movie tonight. What time? What time, correct? GG! Yeah! Okay. We're getting this little item here as soon as we get to it. As soon as we get all these little bugs out of the way. Presmop is a good baller. I'm picturing I'm picturing his his OC like wearing basketball digs. Wearing basketballer digs. Silk scarf. That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Okay. So how do we get to Pinwheel Forest? Oh, we need to heal. Where's Pinwheel Forest? Celestial Tower, Twist Mountain, Miss Charlton Cave, Chargestone Cave, Anvil Town, Cold Storage, Lost Lawn, Transfer Lab, Dragon Spiral. Where's Pinwheel Forest? Oh, it's all the way back here? Okay. It's back to Necrene City. Back to Necrene City it is. What's Tumblebird doing? What's Tumblebird doing? You want back on my knee, little bird? It was nice and warm and cozy there, huh? You want? You want? No, he doesn't. He wants up on my shoulder. Yeah, Pinwheel Forest was at the beginning. I forgot. Yes, little bird. What a sweetie. What a sweetie. I'd say after we fight Virizion, let's hack Spinda into the game real quick. First, let's figure out how to get it. How one would get a Spinda in this game so that we can make it legit. We can make it perfectly legitness. Oh, we've got this lady right here. We can heal with. Regardless of the way you entered, look for a hole in the fence northeast of the bridges. Oh, right there. Check east through here. Huh? Whoa, 2 babies! To the far southeast edge of the forest, find Solar Beam. That's what we're looking for. Solar Beam? Check east through the dark grass. Oh, I see. Whoa. Whoa, it's such a cutie. You can kind of see its little hands, just barely. Its silly little hands. It looks like something was glimmering there. Interesting. Wow, there's something up there. Ah, tranquil. Tranquil. A pretty dove. A pretty pigeon dove. was talking with yesterday about how pigeons and doves are just the same thing. That seems like something I would have talked with you guys about. Walk through the fallen log. Wait, go to the far southeast edge of the forest? Doves are just prettier pigeons? They're the same, like, species. Or, like, same family of birds, at least. Doves are just pigeons that have been bred to be fancy. Then again, there's also fancy pigeons. Hello? What do I do here? The far southeast edge of the forest? Where's Solar Beam? Here? Silver powder. Oh my god, I keep mixing up east and west. I concede that I have done that multiple times today, but I just didn't say anything. I've been mixing up east and west multiple times this stream. Just say left and right, Bulbapedia. It's a 2D game. We're not rotating anything. I do like the music here. It gives like just a little bit of bossa nova. You know what I mean? Who says the camera's oriented northward, right? Exactly! Exactly, Prez. Oh. Gonna ruin my vibes? Excuse me. What? There it is. Yay! Solar beam. Okay. Such a cutie patootie, that Swadloon. It's a baby, right? Swadloon is so cute. Simply a little baby. Just a little guy. There it is. Orient is a word for the east. Hmm? Yeah. Ah, there it is. Can we just like chill here and be peaceful? Parisian? Like I feel like at this point it might be a cruelty to fight it. Bruh! Baby's dead now. No, I ran away from it. I didn't kill it. Me. Virizion, isn't that the archer in Fire Emblem Awakening? Toxic. Verizon? Yeah, isn't that a internet and phone thing? Yeah, let's just switch out. Ah, I love how it speeds up. I'm gonna do the redeem if none of you are. Yeah. It's gonna be a searing shot. Yeah. It slows down again. I can override the hand animation. Yeah. That's kinda easy. I thought because they would be a higher level than me, it might be more difficult, but I mean, I guess when you got Victini, when you've got Apple Bunny, Apple Victory Bunny, then you got it. The Pokemon ran away deep into the forest. Okay. Sweet. What a lovely little area. Isn't this cute? Would you guys live here? I would so live here. Yeah, so we're done here in Pinwheel Forest. We got Solar Beam. Isn't that nifty? Now we fly back to Miss Jalton to go to Twist Mountain. Right? Celestial Tower. Yeah. Little flying baby apple bunny. Okay. Let's put Undercover back because we're not gonna need to use the Surf. We're not going to need Surf. These two are still off limits. Azumarill and Boy Nidoran. This one that actually has Poison Point. But we have our choice of Plusle, Whismur, and I don't know. Maybe we can. I don't know indeed. These two get to learn Solar Beam. How useful is that? Also, we're going towards a Ice type gym. I don't think Solar Beam's gonna come in handy. Where'd the type chart go? I closed the type chart. Ooh. Oh, crunchy. Open image. There we go. For ice types, we want fire, fighting, rock, steel. I mean, we've got fire, we've got fighting. I have Gyro Ball I can teach to Whismur. Or not Whismur, Knuddlepuff. Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff. I don't think any of my rock type moves are compatible with any of these Pokemon. But you know, we've got fire. We've got Cider for fire. We've got Bunny. They're all bunny. We've got Pepper for fighting. He's got Dizzy Punch. And he's also got, no. And we can teach Gyro Ball. Oh, but we have to put away Bone to cover. Back in you go. Let's keep these better organized. Do you guys ever use the deposit and withdraw? Let's have first row, second row, and third row. First row is bunnies that we cannot access yet. Though it would be lovely to use a Zoomeril. But they took it out? Oh, they took it out. We could bring Squire back, but let me look at the summary. Freebie has lots more special attack than Ginny has. Then again, Freebie's a little higher level, but you know, it's gonna be higher anyway. We should bring Freebie back. Let's bring him back. It was nice to have Sir Kit Squire with us. But Freebie's pretty good. Freebie's decent enough. Let's teach some TMs. Gyro Ball we've got right here for Shuttleuff. Bum 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 bum. That's not attractive. We can't get rid of strength. Do we try to keep the attract strats? Attract strats? Let's see. Bryson has 2 male Pokemon and cool non-binary Cryogonal. Attract strats may yet help us. Let's get rid of Grass Knot, because we can just reteach that later. Hero Ball. How exactly does that work? The slower the user, the greater the damage? I didn't know it worked like that. Okay. But it'll be super effective anyway, so that's cool. We got freaking Solar Beam. Wherever it is. But Ice. Oh, Ice doesn't resist grass. Okay. Just have a sweet 120 power move on Freebie? Oh, could we give Freebie return at this point? Or just secret power? Secret power kind of comes in handy sometimes. Get rid of Grass Knot. Solar Beam's gonna be stronger, let's be honest. Can I link Thunderbolt too? You can. Do I do it though? We've got plenty of lightning, electric damage. Hey, Hey, welcome back, damsel. How was your nap? Good morning, wife. Focus blast. Fighting type's gonna be strong. Ooh, Knuddleruff and Cider get focus blast. I have a feeling Princess and Sir Kit are going to be kind of useless. Except for maybe like toxic or paralyzing. Thunderwave. Let's teach over Thunderbolt for now. It's lovely. A little later than I meant. It was lovely and absolutely necessary. Stream's been good. We took a little break and it was nice. We beat Virizion, which was a little easier than I realized. How dare you say Princess is useless? I know. But I'm sorry. Wait, could I teach her fighting type moves maybe? Let's see. Where's my fighting type moves? Okay, low sweep. I don't think she gets that. No. It's okay, I still love you, thank you. She doesn't get focus blast. Is that all? Is that really it? Nobody gets rock slide. Huh. I feel like she was supposed to like double kick at some point, and she probably did, but then I peached over it. No, we're all healed up. Oh, go back in there, cause we need when we teach TMs, it has them at 5 PP. Okay. Off to Twist Mountain. You telling me a Pokemon twisted this mountain? I wonder why it's called that. Did a Pokemon twist it? Oh no! The clown's gonna get me! We're good. In this world, it's very possible, yeah? Oh sweet, we're there! Watch out for wild Pokemon. What are we putting in front? Let's put Freebie in front. He's a little underleveled. As long as we don't use rare candies past level 39, we're good. The clown was menacing. Oh gee, I know that emote. Let's go ahead and hit some rare candies on... No, that'd be medicine. There we go. We're at 192. We started with 300. On Freebie. I hate grinding. I hate grinding. Whoa! Heal Pulse. What exactly does that do? Restore the target's HP? It's for like double battles and stuff. I'm good. But since Mr. Bryson has level 39 Pokemon, we're sort of doing the Nuzlocke clause of you can't have your Pokemon leveled past the next fights. Highest level Pokemon, the next like major fight. But I'm not quite doing that. I'm just using that to restrain my rare candy usage. Yay! All good! All is well! Conquering a mountain means conquering your fears! Can you win against Pokemon that have conquered many mountains? I don't know, can I? I love this emote. A really cool friend and streamer made that lovely emote. Oh, I wonder who it was! I wonder! You should do the emote attribution for those emotes. Is Solar Beam attack first turn? Recharge second turn? Or is it the other way around? I realize Freebie's probably not very... No, it's the other way around? Okay. Freebie's not probably very well equipped for rock types. Got your first non-attack? Okay. It's a good thing that Autumn is bulky. Yeah. I always thought Smackdown was funny. During harsh sunlight, it just attacked first turn. Yeah! Dropped one of my earbuds. Yay! Yeah, I thought Smackdown was funny because I first like I think I maybe wasn't paying attention when I was a kid playing Black and White, or Black 2 and White 2, but in Pokemon Rumble. I was more used to seeing it in Pokemon Rumble. Because you really think about the like physical mechanics of the moves in that game. Pokemon Rumble Blast. And he's literally just launching a rock straight forward, and I'm like, that's not what Smackdown sounds like it should be by the name. Girder. I'm for cider. Whoa, I just realized I would love some warm apple cider right now. I guess because Smackdown is like, it brings flying type Pokemon to the ground essentially, so you can hit it with ground type moves though, right? It's Smackdown! That's kind of what it does, doesn't it? Rock. What? It's confused. Fairly well. If he wasn't gonna do it himself, it would have been the hail. Hiker Terrell, you conquered a B-list mountain. That B-lister is me. Yeah, some nice warm apple cider. Whoa. Let's go ahead and switch. Instead of Freebie. But Pepper in front. Ooh, Sharon's up there. Up to a baby bear, little baby bear. Real quick, I want to see what items they got here. What items? Okay. Okay. Bear is sick. Oh no! Sick little bear. Sharon's up there. Talking to Clay. What's Clay doing here? Oh, jeez. What a surprise, seeing you here while I was inspecting Twist Mountain. The two of you seem a bit more rugged than the last time I saw you. I look at my clothes. I don't look like Nessie, do I? A little bit, anyway. Is that so? By the by, you folks seen that Team Plasma crowd lately? Honestly, it's been a sec. After all the trouble, we gym leaders met up and had a chat. But we've got no clue where they are. It's like they're hiding under a rock. Well, not much to do but wait for them to move. Inspecting? I can't quit you? What are you talking about? Anyhow, this is none of your concern. Squirts like the two of you should just enjoy traveling with your Pokemon. Twist Mountain's a fine place to explore. You'll have some fun if you just leave this here path. Well, better you just see it yourself instead of listening to me yammer. Be seeing ya, Sprouts. Feel free to train yourselves on my mountain for as long as you like. It's not your mountain. Oh, I see. I thought he was gonna get us involved in all that bother again, so I was bracing myself before I knew it. I'm going in first, but I'll be seeing you. Okay. Okay, man. Whoa. Okay. This mountain's a mountain rich in valuable minerals, and the multitude of tunnels make it easy for workers to extract them from the surrounding rock. The tunnels are spread out over 4 floors, but you cannot explore the entire area on your first visit. The mountain is prone to heavy snow in the winter months, blocking some tunnels and revealing others. Interesting! Ooh. Wow, so it's different. It's different in winter. Ah. Fun. Ooh, flash cannon. That could come in handy for Isir's City. If we can get to basement first floor. Okay. I think I'll just camp out here till summer. That's fair. Hi, Dreki. Hi, you're cool too. Bye. And your voice pleasant. Aw, so sweet. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll kind of just like run around. Run around, see what happens. I imagine these like big snowy lumps are unique to this season. Ah, go north from the entry tunnel to find a revive, then southeast for a full heal. I think I'll just kind of. Oh, I think I'll just kind of wander. Wandering sounds like fun to me. As long as we don't run into any more, like, areas where we'll need flash. Well, we will simply wander. Goodbye, sick little bear. Wander? I hardly know her. You know that lady from Marvel. Wander. Or whatever her name was. Ah, that's so unfair. That's so unfair. I hate when that happens. Originally, Pokemon lived in the natural world, so it's good to train Pokemon in nature like this. Jordan. Wanda if in the south. Wander. You know them little fairies from that cartoon show? Hosmer and Wander? Drain Punch. I punch you. Yeah! I'm glad you liked that one, Damsel. Palpitoad! That sounds like a great time to use Solar Beam. Oh, we forgot to hack in, Spinder. A Spinder. That's okay. We're probably not gonna be getting to, like, fighting Bryce yet today. We got a whole mountain to look through first. We're doing so much exploring. I'm a simple person. I like surrounding myself with people who have accessible senses of humor. I'll put it like that, accessible senses of humor. Plague. Oh yeah. We're bringing Outsider for that one. Is mine accessible? Oh yeah, absolutely. I just have to say, I hardly know her, and you'll be like, haha. I don't really know what that means. It means it doesn't take a lot to make you think a joke is funny. It doesn't take a lot for me to impress you with a joke. I like making people laugh. Some people don't have very accessible senses of humor. It's hard to make them laugh. Why did I do confusion? Do Searing Shot. Goober. Goober. There we go. And it's confused. Now, hurt yourself. Oh. Just barely. Flame charge. Level 41. Ooh, Flame Burst. Let's see. What does Flame Burst do? A burst of flame! Twitch informed me that I can burn 10,000 fairy dust. You sure can! Or you could wait to become a Fey Noble for 25k. Yeah, you could just throw them in the incinerator. 70 power? Flame charge! Yeah! Ta-da! Wow, you're so first. You're so epic first. 16.7k. Ooh. Yeah, we just opened the winter Fey Noble. Fey Nobility Club. Substitute. I can be fake first on the next 5,000 streams. You sure can. Hi, Leo. Welcome in. Welcome in. How's Chi-Chi's stream doing? I assume you've been hanging out. Wheelie's the streamer now. That's so silly. Chi-Chi is relegated to Pikmin on the on the other side. I have no idea I was driving. That's fair. I'm sad I missed autumn though. It's okay. You'll be able to get it next year. I caught a glimpse of mashed potatoes. Did you see Cupchew's little funny little feet? Watch it. Watch Cupchew. little funny little feet dance. It's gonna do it again. Nice Schnorf. Yee! What a cutie pie. I love the animations in this game. They're so charming. You neglected your flashcards. Oh no! They piled up. You can take care of them. I believe in you. Oh. Oh, boom. Let's see. Go north to revive. Oh, I'm already on first floor. Go north through the doorway? I feel like we just like skipped most of it. That's fine though. Moonstone, max potion. Yeah, I don't really need most of this. A max potion would be nice. But I'm not concerned. Yeah, the little feetsies! They're so cute. Ooh. Team Plasma! Huh, pretty strong. But you're only strong because you trainers are controlling Pokemon! So if you want to set Pokemon free, if that's what you want, you should start with your own. But taking people's Pokemon by force isn't right. That's not real strength. Hey, there you are! We found that thing we were looking for. We should head for the tower now. Get this! Team Plasma has obtained the power to change this world. Yeah, Team Plasma. And end people's control over Pokemon. That's right. We must use force in order to right the wrongs of the world. Now let's gather around our king, our Lord N. Those guys, I don't know what they've found, but they go the extra mile to gain power and cause trouble. What a bothersome bunch. Jeez, I'm going to stay here for a while. I want to think a little bit about what the champion asked me. What do I want to do with my power after I get strong? Why do I want to be strong in the first place? Okay, now he has a little like foresight and, you know, putting a little thought. In the ancient past, they eradicated Team LCD. Watch out, Team OLED is the new, oh, it's Cedric. Oh, Lopin, he's good, thank you for asking. Yeah, Team OLED is the new contender. Yeah, that guy was named Team Plasma. Ah, this Lopunny has really taken a shine to you. Not Plasma Grunt. They look like knights. Team Plasma Knights. The whole team, yeah. That's him. Team Plasma. Everyone always forgets Team Blu-ray. Say, I just had a thought. Have you heard of Dragon Spiral Tower? No, I'm not surprised you haven't heard of it. You're not cool like me. Okay, give this story a listen. Dragon Spiral Tower is said to be the Unova region's oldest building. Stories say it's the place where the legendary Pokemon came to life, or where they remain in deep slumber. Deep slumber. I know it's just past Isira's city, but that's all I know about it. That's all anyone knows because no one has ever been inside. My daughter has wanted to investigate that tower for a long time. What? There's something I don't know? That kind of feeling is pure adventure. And I'm not too old for some adventuring. Anyway, I go to have a look at Dragon Spiral Tower. Oh, away I go. I think that anyway. Anyway, I go. Team Plasma Hive Mind confirmed. Wow. Matching hoodies? That'd be silly, that'd be silly. Well, hey, we're in a serious city. Gee. I feel like I missed something. I jumped the ledge, so I'm not gonna be able to easily just go back. I missed Flash Cannon. How much do I need Flash Cannon? How much do I really want Flash Cannon? Does damage and has a 10% chance of lowering special defense. That's pretty good. How much damage? 80? What if we joined Team Plasma and got matching sweaters? I finally remembered the word Kenka. What is that? What does that mean? I don't know that one. ITMs. And 5. Any bunny can learn it? Any bunny got it? Doesn't look like it. It's useless to us anyway. No bunny can learn it. Canker. So true. So true. What a pretty song. A serious city's wetlands occupy the area to the south where the buildings are situated on higher stable ground. What? This sure do be wetlands. There's some water. I can't surf on it? Windmill. Kenka means fight. Quarrel, brawl, fight as a noun. Squabble, scuffle, argument. According to a dictionary. So not like a fist fight. It could be like a fist fight. Just like a quarrel, I guess. A quarrel of any sort. Super Smash Bros. Kenka. Super Smash Bros. Has a different name. They have a different name in Japanese. What is it? In my head, it's Daigazo Band Brothers, which is a completely different game. It's a DS game. It was a launch title for the DS that only came out in Japan. In Japan. Oh, it had a European release called Jam with the Band. Something X. Super Smash Bros. Booty X? No way. No way. What's the Japanese name? I've already donated! Thank you, Wikipedia, I already donated. Stop bothering me. I mean, I understand why they need to bother us about it. But you know, I'm gonna be honest. Yes, that is the game with Barbara Bat that plays guitar. Yeah! I wouldn't be upset if Wikipedia had just like simple banner ads on the sides. I wouldn't be upset about that at all. As long as they were okay, like fine, dignified ads. It wasn't, you know, some of the ads you see online. As long as they're fine, dignified ads, and there's no pop-ups. Just a simple banner ad on the edge. I would be okay with that. I would be 100% fine with that. Because they don't get in the way. And it'll still give them some money, you know? In Japan, there were smoking pipes known as kenka kiseru. They were built extra sturdy and doubled as weapons in a pinch. Oh man. Dairanto Smash Brothers! Or Great Phrase Smash Brothers. There it is, there it is. I kept forgetting that Dairanto. Ooh. Oh, there's Pokemon here. Oh, I suppose I could fish. Huddle. Oh, surfing. Ooh. Blizzard, thunder, fire blast, brick break. Gee. Insect, rock. Fresh water. Of course, you always get a fresh water from Clyde in the gym. Frost breath from Bryson. Okay, okay. Ore collector. Or what? A samurai would carry them when they couldn't carry a sword. Interesting. Wikipedia editors hate this one trick. What trick? What are you talking about? Thread. I understand what you're saying, but I also agree that knowledge shouldn't be for sale. If that makes sense. I understand both sides. Thread? Ads? I don't think I get it. I agree it shouldn't be for sale, but I way prefer just a simple banner ad on the side. 2 banner ads, one on each side. That's fine. Old websites used to do that all the time and it didn't get in the way of anything. But putting the big obnoxious banner on the top being, please donate directly to us, please donate directly to us. I understand why they're doing that. But come on. Well, Sinner Maple! Hey, welcome in! Yeah. Cult invasion. Wow. Are you gonna convert me? Oh, doctors hate this one trick. Oh, I see. Raid! How you doing, Sinner Maple? It's nice to see you again. I remember when you raided before. That's the plan. What were you doing today? Everybody hit the little heart at top of chat to give Maple a big thank you for raiding in today. Were you doing art? Yeah. Good stuff. Oh, hi! I'm Crystal Cheesecake. You can call me Cheesecake. I use they, them, or AMR pronouns. I like bunnies. I like bunnies a lot. We like art, we like games. I like bunnies a lot. We're doing Pokemon, but we're only using bunnies. It's only bunnies. All the way down. They're all bunnies. I can't use a Pokemon that's not a bunny. According to my very specific list of bunny Pokemon. Just beat Sonic Adventure, beat the last boss before my game crashed, so I took it as a sign to end for the day. Okay. Yeah. That's like perfect timing on that. The last boss before your game crash. That's crazy. Congratulations, though. What's the last boss? Is it Perfect Chaos? Big water lizard monster creature? Bun. I love my bunnies. Sweet, did you enjoy it? What do you think of the game? If you do have to raid and run though, take it easy for a bit, then absolutely feel free to do so. I appreciate you coming here and stopping by. The easiest boss in the whole game? My dad used to have a cool job in a faraway region. Is this your dad? A member of Team Rocket I was long time gone, but Team Rocket, bye-bye a go-go. My region went home. Make new Team Rocket I did, so myself I pledged. But now I'm married I am. Now for Team Rocket there is no time by me. But Happy Family is big hooray. Why does he talk like that? Is it because he's foreign? Yeah, because that's how people talk who speak English as a second language. I don't think that's James. Bonus fact. Today, Kiseru refers to a fare dodging technique where one buys 2 cheap tickets for start and end of the journey. Oh, a fare dodging technique. I don't... How does that, dodge fare? You buy the tickets. You buy the chickens. James went bald. Bald James! It was so fun. First playthrough, I think I had a stroke when he was talking. Yeah, I played that game when I was a kid. I played it when I was a kid. The animations are definitely out there. Welcome! I have a lot of souvenirs that my sweetie's old coworker gave me. Yeah, gimme. Oh, candy bar. Fade dodging. I'm pretty good at that. The Rage candy bar is the favorite of my sweetie's old coworker. Huh. Where can a guy get leftovers in this game? Should I stop checking all the trash cans? Can we enter this windmill? Nope, it's simply a building with no doors. Use the tickets at the fare gates. Don't pay for the middle of the journey. Oh. Huh. I mean... I feel like I kind of don't blame them. Don't do that? Okay, I won't. It's illegal. It was illegal and it's not to be done. Dance, 2 dragons. Mix it up day and night, cause today everything is alright. Spin apart, mix and twirl. Spin, turn and spin. Should I mess up the dance? Chewy, excuse me. Last stream, game kept breaking on Tails' last boss. Apparently, oh, there's an ad starting shortly. I'll see you guys on the other side of the ad. Thank you! When it went on Steam, there was a bug that activated where the boss will freeze and you can't beat it. If you plan on, to get on Steam, download a mod. Yeah, that's fair, That's absolutely fair. 100% reasonable. I don't smoke, but I do know a bit about Kiseru. Okay. I used to accidentally fare dodge. I used to board my city's light rail without knowing I was supposed to pay for it. That lasted for about a year and it wasn't every day. Huh. I mean, at least it was accidental. Rare candy. What's in here? Oh, thanks, Neptune. Pokemon Fan Club. It's a cute little house. I like the houses in this town. They're really cute. Welcome! Yeah, Pepper's my little bestie. Your Lopunny is super friendly. I'm jealous. I'm a chairman. I love Pokemon. When I found out years later people paid for it, I was like, huh, neat. Huh, neat. Huh, neat. Ah! Who's this diva? You versed it well. You must be affectionate. Oh, an EXP share. That's pretty rad. Kinda don't need it though, because we got rare candies. That's how I would voice your emotes. Huh, neat. Huh, neat. Deaver. Ah! Ah! Hey, Deaver! Howdy, Deaver! The legendary Pokemon Reshiram shared its wisdom with the hero and defied foes with columns of fire. The hero and that Pokemon were as close as parent and child. People were filled with awe and looked up to them, and that is said to be the beginning of what became ancient Unova. Ah! It's good sound effects. You know, every time I have to voice like :3 kitty face, I go, me. Because that's just what it's like in my head. If we live a monotonous life, do we get used to it and stop thinking about changing it? I don't want to worry about it. Listen, I heard that Bryson was in the movies a long time ago. Whoa, Bryson man. Good insight, Ethereal. I liked the part where you said, They say ideals intermingled with truth, and the Dragon Spiral Tower was created. Whoa. It has been there watching us for thousands of years. I don't know whether or not this is true. I got messages. Let me check them real quick. That works. Files take a long time to upload. Okay. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. How big is this file? It's just supposed to be a movie. Meow. Meow. Hello, you. The legendary Pokemon gave help to the hero who sought truth. Because of that, a region was created. Then when its physical form was lost, the Pokemon became the Light Stone, waiting patiently for a new hero. I heard that story when I was little. So much lore. So much lore. When the wetlands freeze, it's slippery. I wonder how wetland Pokemon manage. They just be frozen. I don't know, it's frogs and stuff, right? I like that it's like... the music changed. When you're around these dancing people. It's so cute. Yeah, the little beat. Always the tower looms, disdainful of the wind and snow. Perhaps its presence has a special meaning for people. Do you think it's disdainful? Can I see it? Oh, hi, Cedric. That building serenely towering over everything is Dragon Spiral Tower. From far in the past, before Unova was founded, it still stands tall today. On the top floor, so it's been told, the legendary Pokemon is waiting for a Pokemon seeking the truth to appear. I don't think I need to seek the truth. I think I'm good. There's an item up here, though. No, I'm seeking this nugget. Any other buildings I'm missing? Ooh, an item down there. Yeah, I know enough truth. I'm good. And if there's truth I don't know, then I'll just go on the internet. Because everything on the internet is true. Right? Right? What's this? Route 8. Whoa. Hello, Battleman. Mr. Battle. Give me a battle. Yeah, how do I know this truth I'm seeking is true? Exactly. Lewis. Do you really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'm actually so gullible, though. I'm really gullible. Huh. Poor little bear. Toad. Going. Keep going, keep going. Dizzy punch. Yeah. Whoa! A crit. Beautiful. Maractus. We keep going. Do I want to punch a cactus? Probably not. Let's switch. Wow. I love the cherish ball effects that it comes out of. So sparkly. Ooh, we get to try flame burst. Whoa. Maractus was one of my heroes from Pokemon Sword. Oh, how lovely! Yeah, Maractus is super cute. He's super cute. Okay, using Cherish Nature. I sure do. I'm a fairy. I'm more part of nature than you are. When seasons change, Mother Nature gives us this. A berry. Just one? How do people survive? Nature changes and people evolve. And Pokemon evolve. How can people change? A poison barb. Poison Barbara. That could theoretically be helpful if we had a Pokemon that knew any poison type moves. Oh, those aren't walkable. You only get one berry per season. Mother Nature, can't we have a little more? There's a lot of us, you know? Oh my god, ask and you shall receive. My favorite grass Pokemon, second to Oddish, is so cute. I do like Maractus. There's a... When I first was really getting into Pokemon again, to the Pokemon TCG, whoa, what a sick card. You know, that's really sick, actually. There was a Maractus card that I built a deck around. No, not this one, not this one. Ah. Flip a coin for each energy attached to this Pokemon. This attack does 60 damage for each heads. That can add up. That can add up. Especially if you have... Like, normally you can only attach one energy card from your hand to any of your Pokemon per turn. But, for if you have Cherim, you can add as many as you like grass-type Pokemon, or grass-type energy to your Pokemon during your turn. And, I might have to scroll back a little bit for this one. Where are you? Jungle Totem Venusaur. Each basic grass-type energy attached to your Pokemon provides 2 grass-type energy, so you can double the amount of coin flips that you got. So say, like, you wouldn't be able to do it on turn 1 because you'd have to evolve Venusaur and Cherim, but theoretically, I mean, unless you had Forest of Giant Plants, which is banned in most formats, but you could get Venusaur turn 1. Say, I mean, turn 1 or turn 2, you get 3, there's even other ways, like... I'm theory crafting. This one's new since I was playing that deck. You can get, energy from on top of your deck. There's... I'm recrafting this whole deck, hold on. It's gonna have to be an expanded deck, and it's not gonna be amazing, but... Oh no, do I want to get back into Pokemon TCG? That's such a scary thought, because it's gonna be so expensive if I do. But anyway, I like Maractus. It's got memorable TCG memories for me. Let's see if we can teach Sludge Bomb to our little baby princess. Yes, we can! Look at that! Yay! Finally we get a stab move for her. That isn't like 20 damage. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think we keep Crunch. Yeah, we keep Crunch. Sledge Bomb! And then we can give her that thing we just got. All the way at the top. Let's give Miracle Seed to Freebie. Yeah, excuse me. Expert Belt? Who's super effective moves? We might as well. Yeah, that way Pepper's Dizzy Punch can be a little stronger. Yeah. Silk Scarf. Poison Barb. Give that to our princess. What's she have? Everstone? That'll be fine for this battle. We'll just have to stop her from evolving after the battle. I guess throughout the gym, the whole gym. I'll have to stop her from evolving. Bug type moves, normal type moves, rock type. Flying gem. A princess! Yes, we do love princess. We love princess. What does Knuddleruff have? Princess! Booty! Expert Belt, Amulet Coin, Miracle Seed, Bright Powder? What does that do? I forgot what Bright Powder does. Does it, like, make it harder to hit her? Decreases the opponent's accuracy. That's not horrible. Would it be better to have... What was I considering? Shell Bell. We'll keep the Bright Powder. Ghost type moves. Extra XP. Eviolite. That might... Do you give Eviolite to... Do we let Princess have the Eviolite or the Poison Barb? What do you think? What do you think? We'll do a quick poll. This one will be quick. 2-minute poll. Princess Nidoran. Item. Poison Barb. Eviolite. We could give her the Bright Powder. There you go. Poll is going. What do you think? What do you think? What should we give her? Eviolite raises defense and special defense. Poison Barb strengthens poison type moves, of which she has Sledge Bomb. Bright Powder reduces the opponent's accuracy, so it's harder to hit her. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Quick, it's only a 2-minute poll. What do you think? What do you think? Never melt ice snap ball. To the bell. Nobody? No opinions yet? What do you think? Vote in the poll. What, Eviolite? Ooh. Pretty wing. It's a regular feather that has no effect on Pokemon. Stardust. Sunstone. Ooh, battle items. Sort. Seems like we think Eviolite so far, but that could still change. That could still change. I'm not really a professional, me neither. Me neither. She wants a big celery. I know she really wants that big celery. So I can take a little Pokemon with a pretty wing. No effect. You saw the description. It does nothing to them. It just passes right through. Back! Hi, Snail! You have said something. It was over an hour ago. I knew, but it's okay, it's okay. What do you think we should give Nidoran? Oh, the pole's gone. There you go. Thank you for Eviolite. Oh, yeah. I also remember you being excited about Woobat, which is perfectly reasonable. Okay, let's give that to Princess instead. Yeah, Woobat and Zubat talk. I remember. Okay. I think we've got our— thank you for your advice. I've given Eviolite to Princess Nidoran. Your Expert Belt, Amulet Coin, Miracle Seed, Bright Powder. Nothing on Cider. Eviolite on her. Could we give something to Cider? I have the Flying Gem, but I would rather save it, I think. Cause they've got Fly. Is there anything? Water type, ice type, normal type moves, white type. Yeah, there's kind of nothing. Unless I wanted to give the bright powder to— I could give the bright powder to Cider and give Knuddleoff the silk scarf. Let's do that. Yeah. Yay! Okay, off to the gym. Whoa. Eviolite seemed to be much stronger than the other two options, provided that a Pokemon can use it, of course. Yeah, it's true, it's true. Yeah. Okay, it's getting dark in here. I'm gonna go turn the light on. Give me a sec. It's only 5 o'clock. What the stink? Hey, damsel! You didn't realize that this was Pokemon Black and White? What did you think it was? What did you think I was playing? Plus 50 defense and special defense. Yeah, it seems pretty good. Hello, Clyde. Nothing else to say? Ice can be melted with fire or shattered with fighting. Or you might want to smash it into dust with rock or steel. Gen 3 or 4? Really? What? Why did you think it was Gen 3? What did you think I was doing pulling up the second screen from, you know, the second screen on the Game Boy? Sorry, I don't mean to roast you, wife, but I thought you were playing I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I just did glasses shopping. My dad went all boy glasses and girl glasses. I really need to mention being non-binary to my parents more often. Oh no! Just like, be annoying about it. I know, it's easier said than done. Glasses are gendered because fashion is gendered. Everything we wear is gendered. Actually forgot to tell my dad when I came out over text. Oh, but I've also mentioned it plenty of times. Interesting. You deserve the roast? This is my childhood game. I didn't even recognize it. Oh no! Oh, hi, Isaac. To quote one of the Pokemon Black and White intros, if I remember it correctly, it's not always black and white, but your heart always knows what's right. It's not about win or lose. It's the path you choose. It's the path we choose together. It's the path me and my bunnies shall take. Okay. Let's see where this takes us. What's that silly noise? Yep. Thank you, Isaac. The path I choose does let me win a lot. Some child is like, you have long hair, therefore you are a girl. Happens. Happens. Don't I know it? Yeah, I think long hair on dudes is great, actually. We choose to run from babies. Yes, we do. Who shall we put at front? Let's see. Who's Mr. Bryson gonna bring up first? We choose to leave worms alone. Oh yes, absolutely. Vanillish, they're all straight ice type. I don't think there's anything like particularly interesting going on in this fight. Like, we got Cryogonal, that's Omelet's favorite Pokemon. That's Roy's favorite Pokemon. Isaac, hi Isaac, it's lovely to see you today. I'm glad you've been enjoying the lurking. Straight ice types? Beartic is not straight, but okay, literal bear. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. I hate clothing being gendered, which is why I have the most boring wardrobe. I wear boring stuff that get past as androgynous, or funny t-shirts that contrast with how someone could perceive my gender. Rad Dead t-shirt, yeah! Yeah, there's not... Like, there's... Slash, Brine, and Astonish are the only... Rapid Spin. There's not... I don't think there's a lot interesting going on in this fight. I don't know, I might be wrong, though. Kraken's got Levitate? I don't think that does anything for me. You got a little Tomo bird standing there. They'd be like, gender is just biology, but then they also gendered glasses. It's true! What, you want seeds? You want a little treat, little bird? Oh, he's excited. He's excited for it. Just a few. I'm gonna have to get more of these soon. Let me go ahead and redeem that. Booty is just biology, then they also bootied glasses. I'm excited I found a shiny Cryogonal! Shiny Cryogonal! It's kind of like brownish, right? Why did they make a yellow snow Pokemon? Oh, no, not quite. I thought they made a yellow snow Pokemon. I guess I was wrong. Shiny Crocodile's so cool. So rare in Gen 5 though. Oh yeah, absolutely. As a kid, I saw a lady with very short hair wearing a dress. I was home from school. I remember asking a friend why a boy was wearing a dress. I was not bright. Hey, we all learn about these things at different times. There's some people that still haven't learned it. So, you're fine. Chi-Chi had a stroke? You don't mean like actual medical emergency, do you? The cute and cozy cheesecake. Hi, Electro. Hi, friend. Hi, Bricky. Whoops, wrong button. Like several strokes? So, to clarify, you don't mean like an actual medical emergency, do you? I worry about my friends, you know? Oh, 20 stream streak! Hi, Roy! We're about to beat up a cryogonal. Okay. It's not an actual medical issue. Yeah, I was peeking in a little bit. I still have the tab open. So at least you read it out. I'll pull up Elfie's stream. Q-Berry's stream. We'll pull up both. Multi-track drifting, my friend's Twitch streams. Muted in the background. Whoa. Gotta love when Pokemon get introduced in their home gen and they end up really hard to find or they get locked to post-game. Dude, Gen 2 is so full of those. Oh my goodness! Wait, let me snooze out this ad that's about to start. Hi, welcome in! Welcome in, Raid! How's it going? What were you up to today? Oh, it's lovely to meet you all! We've got Dev Aqua, of course, raiding in with many friends such as Tiawi, Green Lizard 307, Ayurisu, of course. Hi! Well, thank you for following. What were you up to today? What were you doing today? Let me shout you out. Dev Aqua. There we go. Everybody hit the little heart at the top of chat. Give Jeff Aqua a big thank you for raiding in today. Hi, raiders. Hi. I'm Cheesecake. I use they, them, or am, air pronouns. I'm a bunny fairy doll VTuber. I'm wearing my Piplup fit today. My jammies. These are my jammies. I like to do character art. We like painting, we like a little bit of pixel art, we like doing indie games, retro games, Nintendo games. Currently we're doing a run of Pokemon White using only bunny Pokemon. The rules generally are, I hacked in a bunch of bunny Pokemon, tried to make them as legit as possible, and every time we beat a gym, we get to spin a wheel, and we get a new one. So this is how our team's looking right now. Princess, we can't evolve because Nidorina is not a bunny. And so she remains as our little, she's our newest member of our team. She remains as just a little heavy breathing creature waiting for you to insert a celery into her mouth. Please give celery. Please. We were playing some Metroid Prime 4. Very fun time. I hope your bunny game is fun. Oh, that does sound really fun. That's gives 10 celery. You spoil her. She is a princess after all. She should be spoiled. Yeah, Metroid Prime is the new one, right? Wow, I hope you're enjoying it. If you do have to raid and run though, if you've had a long stream or you're tired, you need food, need something to drink, need a moment to realign yourself, feel free to do so. Don't let me hold you up, but if you did want to hang out, I've got a beanbag chair for you, and so whenever we get raided, bye damsel, whenever we get raided, I like to tell them they got a beanbag chair, and I like decide on a drink to give them, but this time, because you got Aqua in your name, I think, in my head I wanted to give you, you know, you go to the grocery store and you see those really big, like those really big jugs of water. there's like 10 gallons of water in this like really big jug or something, I'm gonna give you one of those. But yeah, absolutely lovely to meet you. Big water drinker. You'll be set for a little while. And you'll be going to the bathroom quite a bit. I hope you don't mind if I snoop just a little bit. Just a little bit. I assume Ayurisu brought you over? You eat your water. Let's see. That's okay, I already do that. I mean, hey, gotta stay hydrated, right? Well, that's somebody else. Ayu, I love Ayuyu. I love Ayuyu so much. She's so silly. She's so cute. I just want to see your VTuber model. I have a friend who only ever drinks water. He once described the experience of drinking orange soda as akin to Chinese water torture. Oh man. Huh. I mean, hey. Go him. Oh, look at you! That's so cute! That's such a cute model! Eat water. Everybody eat water. Here, let me do a hydrate routine. Unless somebody else gets to it before me. Well, no, it's on cooldown. I call upon thee to all drink water. Oh, she made her own model? It's really nice. I really like how the, like you see the edge of the face when it turns. It's one of those things that, like, happens with really, like, advanced and good, live 2D models that I can get for, cheap out of my 3D model. I appreciate that so hard. That's so rad. We do have an ad starting in about a minute, so I appreciate everyone who sticks around through the ad. It's gonna be a minute and a half, so I'll see you on the other side. But yeah, it was absolutely lovely to meet you. Let me do a small shout out for you. Throw our new friend a follow. Throw her a follow. She's got aesthetical sense. We love it. Yeah, we're here in Isira City, and I finished exploring around, so we are in the whatchamacallit, the gym now. Lovely to meet you too. Ah shucks, ah shucks. Thank you. I gotta make it to your stream sometime. Can't do that. Guess we gotta go fight Karate Man over there. Mr. Karate. Mr. Karate. Cat girl detected. Pudding girl, Buzzbot. Buzzbot, you gotta be nice to new people. Yeah. Let's see, who do we have in the front? Pepper can handle this. Well, if you're feeling dizzy because of the gym machines, I will stand in your path. Kitty! Wait, is that supposed to look like the, like it's from, oh, what game is it? Golden Sun? Wow. We have another person that has like a Golden Sun style emote. Yeah, Drain Punch. We punch the little baby bear, I guess. As much as it does not please me to do so. Cryogonal. Yeah. Ting, ting. What a lovely cry. Just hit it with a return. Sweet. My bunny's strong. He's a strong boy. Ah yes, a very strong boy gestures to La Bunny. Yeah, Cryogonal's cry is festive. It sure is. Come to. How about you? Should be heading to Sleepies. Oh, Night Javaqua. Welcome back from us, everybody, and Night Javaqua. Thank you so much for hanging out, for writing in. It was lovely to meet you. Bye! Night-night! But yes, thank you all for waiting through the ads. We got another maybe half hour in stream, which sounds good to me. I can't sneak around her? That's fine. Yeah, you can turn off BuzzBot messages for yourself. You just type buzz ignore me. Bah. You've got a lot to say, huh? Bah. Me when I look at my Pokemon team. Bah. It's just all bunnies. Gah. Oh, you brought your ice-type friend Jeva here to the ice gym? She's ice-type? Maybe I wasn't paying much attention, but I didn't notice. Yeah. Whoa. Nice cozy spot to go sleepies. Yes, nice and cool for the ice-type kitty girl. Yeah, it sounds like bells. Yanni Chimsgek, that's me. Chimsgek. That's a new one. Chimsgek. I'm not ice type, but I'm ice themed. That's true, that's true. Are you just a human guy who does ice wizard things? Chimsgek. I always calm myself and choose the critical moment in a battle. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna watch you critically get kicked in the head by a rabbit. Mayhaps. And Drain Punch. Choose the critical moment in battle and do what with it exactly? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Wow, Pepper's so strong. Oh, endure. Eat a bagel. Kendrew? This guy's name was Kendrew? Wow. Hey, I'm gonna go get breakfast. What do you want? The souls of our enemies. A bagel. No! 2 bagels. I love that vine. I love that one. To the left or to the right? Let's go to the right. Oh, I messed up, didn't I? Ooh, I hear you got bagels. Don't bully Kendrew, he's doing his best. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kendrew. Hi, Jane Stretch. Thank you, Omelette. Thank you, Roy. We're fighting some cryogonals this gym. It made me think of you. Good stretch. Yeah, we got a fighter. The problem is never whether you can battle or not. It's whether you will battle or not. There is no try. There is only do. Oh, good Fire Emblem news. I do like to hear that. I do like Fire Emblem news. Pepper, 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 pepper. Oh, the fairy lights are off. Nice and cozy. Excuse me. Sneezy cheese. Sneezy chim's cake. Drink punch. Fire emblem. Emblem. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. Kiawi? Kiawi? Is that how you pronounce your name? I'm 100% guessing here. Vanillish. It's when a fiery cat sticks out a tongue. I thought you said fairy cat. I was like, bleh. I gotta stream a Fire Emblem one day. Will it likely take more than a day? That's true, that's true. Unless you, Kiawi. Kiawi. You use so many silly emotes too. That's so adorable. Oh, that person has good emotes. Really? Really? I'm just Snoop. I'm just Snoop. I see good emotes, I snoop. I saw someone comment that Roy, the Fire Emblem character, is no longer the worst lord in the series because Alphonse from Heroes took 9 years to get his canon promotion. Yikes. Wow, what a cute VTuber. Maybe I just like this hair color a lot. Cow. Cow. I wish to perceive this cow. Hey, cute face tracking and expressions. I like how the youth swing around. Willy is crazier than she seems. I feel like I'm kind of like that too. A little bit, a little bit. I'm goofier than I seem sometimes, unless you can already tell that I'm really goofy. Now Pepper's got this. Nikiko. Cheese is at least a little mischievous due to the Fae nature. It's true, it's true. I wouldn't be me without a little bit of mischief. A little bit. Yay! I'm much the same, being at least a little mischievous myself. You've got Fae influences, I'm sure. If you don't fight, you won't lose, but you won't go stronger either. Sorry, I'm using a different voice than I did earlier. Maybe I just know IUU too well. I'm like thinking that IUU is not goofy. Is Goofy cosplaying a fairy that tastes like chimney-gimk? Wow, we're seeing iterations of the cheesecake name that I have never seen before. You're a fairy bunny doll with 4 ears and a Piplup hoodie with a Santa hat on. Seems pretty goofy to me. I feel like I should have had a vine boom in between all those. Like it's a roast session or something. You're a fairy bunny doll with 4 ears and a Piplup hoodie with a Santa hat on. Seems pretty goofy to me, but that's just me. I know all about your goofiness. Oh yes, my moonbeam should know. They certainly would know. And back out here. Yay! Pretty good puzzle, I liked it. Moonbeam ice cream! The slippery frozen floor is perfect for improving your sense of balance. That sounded more like you were doing the accent from SpongeBob with the tongue, really? When given power, I use it for silly. I would love to see Ayurisu as like a villain. Some sort of villain in a story. Beep, beep. One time I did a gym leader tier list. One of the criteria is how likely are you to get injured doing their gym puzzle? Oh yeah, this one you definitely have to sign an NDA for. No doubt. What do you use your 4 ears for? Decoration. None of them are functional. Villain Ayu, yes! Villain Ayu. This gym has a bottomless pit jump. Oh, secret power again. Oh yeah, I straight up like slammed into the wall in Skyla's gym. Yeah, we need an evil Ayuyu version, just like we've got Cheesesteak. Let me bring out Cheesesteak. Am I here? Cheesesteak is here. Ah. Why is the face tracking broken? Why does it do that when I open my mouth? Ah, I had to fix it. Sorry, I have a fixed version. Just bust it down with it. Work with cheesesteak. It sure does. My evil counterpart is a robot. Yeah. How many of you haven't seen this model before? I wonder what an evil version of me would be. Oh, I wonder. Evil robot Ayuyu? Yeah, you should do that. Freebie's not very strong. That's okay. I wonder if the honey and Briggs gym would be bad. What if someone was allergic or you suffocate trying to get through? Oh, I've seen this model. Yeah! Cheesesteak should be on Art Fight. Oh, that would be great. That would be great. Good idea. Solar Beam. I've seen this in promos but never live. Yeah! I'm real. Cheesesteak is real. Yeah, you see the fangs? I'm gonna bite you. I'm gonna bite you. Me when I... Cheesesteak, yes. It's me. It's me. Wow, another solar beam. Ice beam. That's not gonna... He's okay. Cheese on beefsteak. So the reason behind the name being cheesesteak, for one, well, it's super easy to just like mispronounce cheesesteak as cheesecake. Cheese, the other way around. Cheesecake is cheesesteak. And why did I bring a Sir Kit? I'm trying to use my Pokemon that aren't gonna be very useful at the gym leader for some reason. Thunderbolt. One time, so the reason I'm named Gene's big, and the reason I'm named Cheesecake in the first place is that, when I would go out to eat after D&D with my friends, I would almost always order a cheesecake if the restaurant we went to had it. And then eventually my friends just started using it as an insult. So they started teasing me, calling me cheesecake about it. And one time, so I've decided to reclaim it with Crystal Cheesecake. That's my new name, Crystal Cheesecake. That's my VTuber name. But for cheesesteak, one time I went out to a restaurant. It was like a local diner with my friends after D&D, and I ordered, can I get a cheesecake? Can I get cheesecake? A few minutes later, waitress comes back out holding a plate. I look at it, there's a cheesesteak on it. No! And so I laughed at her. I ended up like laughing kind of hard about it, and then I was like, I'm so sorry for laughing, but she was like, no, it's funny, it's funny. I love cheesecake, me too. It's a you are what you eat kind of situation. I would like to bring out my jammies again though. My pajamas. My pajamas. My Jim Jams. I enjoy bowls. I mean, yeah, it's true, it's true. I kind of wish that she had left the cheesesteak so that I could have that too. I hope it didn't get thrown out or anything. Okay, back in we go. What happens if we go up here? Order mistakes, yes indeed, yes indeed. I love cheesesteak and cheesecake. The VTubers, right? Hey wait, did it break my wings? It did, that's fine. They were fluttering earlier. Take a shot every time cheesecake says cheesecake. Oh boy, you're gonna be stumbling around. I once ordered cream coffee in Japan. Didn't know it was an ice cream coffee. I also ordered ice cream separately. Yeah, that you can chalk up to like cultural difference. Not being aware of what things are called in Japanese. Normally, culturally in Japan, you know what I mean? I'm the king of karate. I taught my Pokemon moves that they'll use in battle with you. Yeah, that's how it works. Japanese English is weird. It's booty. You know, maybe I'm not so secretly silly. I've got a straight up booty bot in my chat. Say what? Yeah, it's Sir Kit. He's only marginally helpful this fight, but that's okay. What moves does Princess have that could help? I mean, she can just chill. Let's bring out Knuddle Love. Let's get that gyro ball going. This was a long time ago, but one time I saw like a YouTube short or something where a guy was going to Japanese people and being like, here is an English word where the Japanese... Here's an English word where... An English word that Japanese people use a lot as a loan word. The only example I remember, and I'd like you to guess what it is. The only one I remember was bucket, which was like in Japanese they pronounced it baketsu. Baketsu. Which I thought was interesting. Like, through bucket. Through turning into through the process, like the changes that it makes from English into Japanese, the pronunciation becomes different enough that they don't even recognize the word in its original form. I think it's really interesting. A gyro ball. Ooh. What did it do? Paketo? Oh, maybe. Letu sesu. This is a bucket. This is a pen. Wow. There's more? There's more what? Isn't lettuce retashi? I feel like I remember from lettuce stew. I think I remember from Tokyo Mew Mew. There's a girl named Lettuce for some reason. Because they all had food names. Etasu. Okay, okay. Oh, basically at the vine. There's a vine. Keep battling. Is it just... I feel like I've only fought Cubchoo, Vanillish, and Cryogonal in here. Lettuce and cabbage one? You'll have to link it. Kabbitsu? Ah, Kabbitsu. Do they point at it? I don't think I've seen it. Kabbitsu. That's cute. Well, super effective, but only did that much. Oh, wait, maybe... So Gyro Ball works like, the heavier the Pokemon is, the more damage it does. I forgot that Wigglytuff is literally a balloon. Retasu, okay. Thank you very much. Hey, there's no need to like, actually it up. I love learning things. I love learning new things. He's a funny one? Kabbitsu. I'm gonna be saying that. New vocal stem unlocked. Kabbitsu. 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 Just joking. All good, all good. Japanese took double and straight up turned it to a Japanese verb. Huh. I mean, it's technically a verb in English, too. Yeah, I guess Gyro Ball. Gyro Ball doesn't really work. Yabaru. Yabaru. It's just fun to say. Yabaru. 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 That's the guy from Denjimeshi. Oh, it already ends with ru. Do. So it's basically a verb. It's basically a booty. I'm gonna go heal up real quick and then come back. It's basically a booty. Iron Brew. Boodoo. Boodoo. Kabbitsu. Kabbitsu. It's like, it's so easy to like say it in a little baby voice. Kabbitsu. 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 I'm just waiting for Ethereal to send like an emoji of my my Osana face and like a head of lettuce emoji or something. Kabbitsu. We just gotta go through the puzzles again. They can't even say T. Instead they say Chi. Yeah. Dabute, daburimasu. Oh, so you would, what's the word? Like change the form. Like a verb. Yeah, just like that, Ethereal. Kabbitsu. What's... What do you call it when you, like, lay out all the forms of a verb, like, or of a... Conjugate! Yeah, they even conjugate it like a... like a verb. I think that's rad. Conjugate. I wombo, you wombo, he, she, we, wombo. Conjugate. It took me a while to realize that that's what he was doing. Patrick in that episode. He was conjugating Wumbo. Another one. Wumbo. Wumbology, the study of Wumbo. Whee! The stroller is known as a baby car! Cute! Okay, let's put Sir Kit in front. Do some Wombo Combo Tetris. Are you Wumbing crazy style? Wait, baby car! Baby car! Baby car! That's incredible, actually. Let's save real quick. Baby car. I mean, German. I know a bit of German. Krankenwagen, yeah. Ambulance. I know quite a bit of German. I've picked up. I learned a lot of it in high school and continued learning, but I forgot a lot of it. But that language is like iconic for like the funny compound words. Krankenwagen, illness car, yeah. Yeah. Illness wagon. You appear ready to face a gym leader. Then, baby. Babyka. Babyka. Actually, booty. I feel like Buzzbot is a little more babyka. I don't remember. Oh yeah, Buzzbot is a little more likely to turn words that aren't into dictionary into booty. You know, stuff like that. Booty car. I see. Booty car. We do have an ad starting in about a minute. I appreciate you guys hanging around through the ad. Thank you. We're gonna fight Mr. Bryson here. He says, no. Here, how do I do it? Hand. Where's my hand tracking? That's how his portrait looks. Yeah, turn. There's my impression of Bryson's portrait. Power plug is known as Consento. Ah. Butika. What's that? Hi, Tantalus. Even so, there's nothing concentric about it. Interesting. Okay, let's hit him with the Thunder Wave. Good. Love to see it. Acid armor. What does that do? Raise defense. Okay, so not special defense. Let's Volt. Switch out of here. Consento. Kiabetsu. Britika. Ah, I see. Let's bring out Cider. Actually, booty. Me. So cute. Kiabetsu. So cute. You're strong! No, both of you and your Pokemon are strong. Ah, shucks. You're so sweet. I think people who are used to doing Nuzlocke would say otherwise. Yeah, be cute. New vocals dim. It's not leaving. I'm so sorry. Can't be cute. Flame Burst. Explode the ice cream. Bear Tick. A switch. Let's bring in Sir Kid again. Let's just use this technique. Japanese English is something? Yeah. It's fun. What do you guys think is the cutest Japanese word you know? Like, just in the way that it sounds and the way it feels to say. Yeah, be cute. I have a new one for sure. Thunderwave. Japanese you, English you, yeah. I don't know Japanese, to be clear. I just have been watching anime and listening to Vocaloid for over a decade. Listening to Vocaloid music. So you pick some things up over time. I appreciate the care with which Undertale and Deltarune are localized. Yeah! Like I heard that the Japanese localizations for those games are really, really good. Coffee. Coffee. Isn't that coffee? Coffee. Green tea. What is that from? That's from some anime. Coffee. Green tea. Volt switch. Bye bye. We're gonna bring out. Do you think he's got more defense or special defense? Even the English and Japanese localization is appropriately broken. Yeah. Yeah, Mitsu. Pepper. Pepper, 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 pepper. I think I know what that means. Watashi mo Nihongo wo zenzen wakaranai ne. I also don't know Japanese at all. Is that true? I don't know that I believe you. How did I get all that? You listen to enough Miku and you're not the same afterwards. Drain punch. Punch that bear. Oh, the eyebrows. Yes, you totally don't know any Japanese. Totally don't know any of it. Or drain punch. If you had a fighting move, this gym should be quite easy. Ah, I got drain punch. Game's never over is translated to the game is not over forever. Interesting. Yeah, the way that, like, the most difficult thing, honestly, about learning a new language is, like, you always hear people saying idioms are really hard, but it's, like, it's not even just idioms. It's just the way that certain things are phrased so much differently from how you're used to it. Like, yeah. Like, you can use similar words, but they're in a totally different order. Yo, how are you? Hi, little robot. A 10-screen cheese steak. Hi, sound. Misunderstand? How's it going, little robot? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm very happy that Q-Berry is back. Well, Numlock is off. There we go. What is he doing? What is Berry doing? Game is not over forever. Isn't English? Oh. The game's never. Oh, in what? In what context? Oh, I have to correct myself. It's ga, not wo. See, not lying. Yeah, the particles are totally lost on me. It's mangled for that authentic Japanese English feel. Huh. Interesting. It is fun to be like watching anime. La bunny, la bunny. It is fun to be watching anime and like suddenly hear like an English phrase or word applied to a like really different context than it would normally be. Circuit comes back out. La bunny. Is Labubu a bunny? You guys think Labubus are bunnies? Extreme conditions really test you and train you. Thunderwave. Aurora. No, not the Auroras. You can't hit me with the Auroras. Labubu. Labubu. Is it Gremlin? But doesn't it have the little ears? I think if Labubu was a Pokemon, I would consider it a bunny. Like, don't they all have those little ears? Labubu. Yeah, they got little bunny ears. I can hit things with Aurora Borealis. It's true, it's true. Enjoy your lurks, little robot. Thank you for hanging out, stopping in. Volt switch, volt switch. Come back, circuit. Let's send out... Who gets the victory lap? Booty? That's a bunny too. I think. If it was a Pokemon, I would consider it a bunny. Hi, Mode! Yes, indeed, you are welcome this evening. Bing Booey, I think so, I think so. What are those from? They're from some game. Is it like one of those MiHoYo games, right? At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely in your kitchen. Yes. May I see it? Oh, Zenless Sub-Zero. Okay. Alright, Cider. Clean it up. Clean it up, little friend. Aurora. I don't think all of them have bunny-like ears, though. Oh, maybe that's just a hat. I think I've only seen that one. The specific one in the emote. Searing shot. Full power. Full blast, Cider. I wasn't expecting that we would get to, Bryson today. Whoa. Flame burst. Get him, get him, get him. Get him, get him, get him. Yay! We did it! Woohoo! This is like our 6th badge or something? Yes, Tomo! Tomo's happy too. He's excited. In honor of your stout heart. Stout? Aura Borealis? Tomo Bird? Come here, little man. Come up. Aura Borealis? Aurora? Oh, my 7th badge! Wow, I didn't realize we were this close to the end. TVs are called SD? Short dude. That's what it's short for. Yes, I have a pet bird. I have a pet birdie. That little guy over there? That's Tomo. Down in the other corner. In the fairy world, he's got like the lion legs like a griffin. But in the real world, since cameras don't work in the fairy world, I can't show you. But we have the Tomo cam for when he does come up here. When he is visible in his cage. Oh, super deforme. Oh, interesting. Tomo, yes, yes. He is such a little guy. He is my little friend, which is why I named him that. He's 9 years old now. Freeze badge. Please draw my character super deformed, please. Yeah. You have 7 badges. That means Pokemon 7, level 80. Frost Breath. I don't know if this guy used Frost Breath on me once. A move that always results in a critical hit. Frost Breath. Huh. So normally, after we, this, after we get a new gym badge, we would spin the wheel for a new Pokemon. But I think this time, I'm gonna save that for the beginning of next Pokebun stream, because I gotta... Thank you for following! Welcome in! I'm not gonna read your name, respectfully, but welcome in! It's lovely to have you. Yeah, dot picture. Yeah. I think I knew that one. Ah, thanks for following. Cowie, right? Sad? I'm sorry. I'll call you Jiggly. Is that okay? But it's lovely to meet you. We're say-so here. Kind of. For the most part. We were literally about to wrap up stream though. I'm so sorry you had to catch us at the end. Yeah. Next stream, I will have Hack to Spinda in, and we can add Spinda to the wheel of bunnies that we can get. Sure. Oh, hydrate. One hydrate for the road. Thank you, Isaac. And a skip. Yum. You're good. I'm just here from a couple different streamers. Alrighty. I'm curious. How did you find me? I'm curious. I do love making new friends. Yeah. So we're gonna do that. I will be live as well tomorrow. I think I won't be streaming on my channel, but I will be there on Beanie's channel, and I'll make sure to put out the live ping from the stream together. I'll be hanging out with Beanie, our friend Green Bean Supreme. Let me shout them out real quick, so you can make sure to follow them so you can see me there. Green Bean Supreme. We're gonna be chilling and doing some art, hanging out, having a nice lovely time together over on their stream. Yeah. I was in Miyagoo chat, took a nap, then Javakwa. Oh, okay, then woke up here. Sweet. Well, good morning. I hope you've had a nice wake up. I hope your nap was good too. But yeah, make sure you're following Beanie so you can catch me tomorrow. Okay, sound good? Not you in particular. Just anybody. Whoever wants to watch tomorrow. But let's see who's live. It might be somebody, but it might be somebody else. What? Jasmine's live, Perrin, Rainbow Sheep, Rusty. Fire! Yeah, big too. Okay, yeah, we'll raid Q-Berry. Q-Berry is a fantastic little artist. Fantastic little bear friend, little polar bear friend, PNG tuber, who has recently just come back to streaming after a big hiatus. Thanks for stream, cream stool jeans bake. You're so silly. I hope you stick around, Cowie. You're really silly and fun. Oh yeah, Q-Berry. This streamer has my favorite emotes ever. Literally. Her emotes are my absolute favorite. I use them in Discord all the time. And when I had more money, I was constantly subscribed to Q-Berry so I could use her emotes everywhere forever. No, you! No, you! So yeah, we're gonna raid out to Q-Berry. This is her second stream back, I believe, which is really fun. It's really exciting. So let's go do that. Let's go hang out with her. Let's get our raid call going. Raid calls are super duper important because when we raid out, Twitch only counts us as viewers in their stream. Oh yeah, they're legendary. They're absolutely legendary. Twitch only counts us as viewers in their stream if we send a message. So it's gonna help Q-Berry a lot if we make sure we get those raid calls in. Copy that. There we go. Let's go ahead and get that started then. So many lovely people I met today. So many lovely faces that came back from previously. And we will go greet an old friend. We shall go greet an old friend today. Okay, sound good? Yeah, so when we get to Q-Berry's chat, remember to send in the raid call. Even if you lurk, even if you leave, it's gonna help out Q-Berry a lot. Second, throw a follow. And for third, be super cool and nice because she's excellent and she deserves it. And consider subscribing so that you can use her actually incredible emotes everywhere. And join her Discord server. Join her Discord server so you can use them in Discord too. They're literally, they're like versatile, adorable. They're fantastic. I use them every day of my life. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna chill and do art with Beanie. Hop in the Discord if you would like to. We can hang out there too. I posted my schedule. I've got all that kind of info and stuff in there. It's good to know. Remember to always love yourself, love each other, and love the world. Bye-bye, my friends. Bye! Bye! Number two.